got disconnected for a second. I think we're back up. Something's going on here. Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties. I think it's back up. How's everything sound, fellas? Is the sound too high? We're connected. Build a Basement, I appreciate you stopping in and checking out my live stream, buddy. Glad to have you here. David Barra, Nick. So what I'm going to be doing today is probably the Clockwork 2 and Stealth Burner build. So I can get a tool head built for this thing. One thing I did do, it seems like we're having some definite technical difficulties with the live stream. Seeing an awful lot of red on the CPU here, the kilobytes per second. It might have something to do with the internet, maybe. But anyway, what I did off camera, last live stream, I got to the belts and adjustment issues. And so what I did was, off camera, in some spare time that I had, I took all the belts back off and just pulled them per the manual. You know, it says try to cut even lengths. So I rebelted the whole thing and tightened them all up. That way I got full adjustability right here of the belts. I'm sure they'll wear in after a while, but it seems like everything's moving smooth. I believe the motors are what's putting the tension on it that I thought was making it so tight, because whenever the motors aren't connected, it seems pretty free. There's no binding or anything like that. But anyway, let's get started with the Clockwork 2 extruder build. I'm gonna pull this thing right here out of the way. Dropping a lot of frames. Yeah, there's something going on. I don't know if it's the internet or what. I haven't experienced these problems in the past, which is kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, it's showing us pretty good right now, but I am seeing like a little, it's letting me know that there's something going on. It might have to do with the internet. I don't know, fellas. This might be the one that causes issues. So basically, what I need for right now, we're gonna have to do some heat set inserts. I know a lot of you guys, this might be boring for the guys who have done this in the past, but again, I'm kind of treating this stream. Hey, good day, John Beema. Thanks for joining the stream. John Beema, you sponsoring this video? This video is sponsored by the Poor Boy channel. He's paid for everything himself and pretty much brought in all this content and these parts for you, the viewer, under his own sweat and tears. Alright, so let me find my manual here. And basically what we're doing, I've kind of turned the screen lighting down, that way if I needed to show you guys something from what I'm looking at, it won't be so blown out. It's Beema. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, buddy. Beema. John Beema. But basically, we're going to start with the Clockwork 2, and it's telling me that I need part right here. And we're going to be placing 3 heat set inserts on it from the start. So we're going to be putting, let's see, actually, it's an odd place for an insert, and I'm not really seeing it on here. Or I'm looking at it wrong. Oh, okay, here we go. It's a weird angle there, but yeah, and I'll have to put one right up in here. It's kind of showing an odd angle there. Yeah, there we go. Trying to zoom in. Looks like something came from West 3D. Nice print. Hey, thanks, Build It Basement. Yeah, I've tuned the Ender 3 is about as best as I could get out of it, and squeezed as much performance as I can out of it. But I'd like to have that Voron speed. That's another reason why I wanted to build this printer. But it looks like this is the main part right here to start with. So we're going to go ahead and place some heat set inserts in this, or heat certs, whatever you call them. And we're going to get our old trusty iron fired up. Hey, there's Golden Jaguar. Glad to have you in here, buddy. Awesome. It's nice to have be in good company. And the first layer. Very clean prints. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, man. I think that's about as good as I'm going to get out of that old printer right there. I'm going to fire up the old iron here. So, you printed all your first Voron parts on the Ender 5? Alright. Well, we build printers to make more printers, huh? I've heard that said. So basically, again, what I'm doing is I'm just heating up my iron right here to the temperature that I printed the parts at. That way, I'm not heating it too fast, and I'll just slowly melt the parts, or the heat set inserts into the part. Yeah, we're definitely experiencing some issues with it's either the CPU or I'm thinking it's the internet, because it's saying kilobytes per second, and I'm seeing them all over the place. I'm thinking that has something to do with my internet, maybe. It is a windy day here in North Carolina today, and sometimes when the wind blows, which is kind of funny, it seems to affect our internet a little bit. Background music, it isn't too loud, is it? Alright. Next week you're about to start tearing the XY, a brand new Ender 5 Plus, to create something new. Okay, very nice. Loud, not at all, kind of just right. Alright, good deal, good deal. So it says in here, the heat set inserts, this design relies heavily on heat set inserts. Make sure you have the proper inserts. Check the hardware reference. If you never work with heat set, they give you a little guide and all that. I've played around with them a little bit, so I ain't gonna say I'm the best heat cert installer, but I think we'll get the job done. I am super excited about getting this thing built and put together. It's been a long work week. I wanted to stop in and just kind of play with it a little bit throughout the middle of the week, but sometimes work just is it's very taxing. So the weekend is what I have to relax and take care of things that need to be taken care of. Alright, now it shows me putting the one right up in here, and I think this is for the anti-squish thingy-majig. So me and my wife, we sat down and we wanted to find some new music to kind of add for the stream. I hope you guys enjoy it. It is kind of relaxing. Don't want nothing too fast and hard hitting. So we just kind of went with the guitars and the pianos and stuff, just to kind of be relaxing a little bit and to fill in the empty space whenever I'm not talking. Ooh, do I see a Rapido box? Yes, you do. That is this was suggested. I can't remember who suggested this Fadus Rapido. This is a PT1000. Somebody had suggested that to me because I was unsure of what hot end to go with this printer. I was looking at quite a few, and someone had suggested to me the Fadus Rapido because of the materials I'm looking to print in and everything. I think I made a pretty good choice. Sure hope so. So it looks like that I'm going to be placing all the heat set inserts into this part now. It's pleasant. Nice add music. All right. Yeah, I like to have the music in the background. It just kind of relaxes me. And again, these are my weekends, and this is my relaxing time right here. This is the time for me to just kind of step out of the norm and do something that's a little different, but at the same time very relaxing. I think that's why I kind of like this hobby so much. Along with the drones and stuff like that, it's very similar, even whenever it comes to like setting up the, I guess you could say, the programming for the firmware and all that stuff. It's really, really neat. Okay, so at one point in here, it's telling me there's 3 that's going to go on the back side, which will go, let's see, right here, there's 2 right here, and then there's another one down here around my pinky finger, and it's saying those need to go, make sure you get those below the surface. So we're going to make sure we're following along with the manual exactly as described. I got one that's going to go right here on the end. I know most of you guys in here has probably already seen this done. I kind of try to treat this like, you know, someone who's come in and maybe they're just kind of curious and they're wanting to know what it's going to take to do it, and maybe they just want to follow along with the video and treat it as if it's kind of like me. It's very new to them. John Bema, are you thinking a Revo Rapido takes any V6 style hardened nozzle? Mine even came with one. Hey, my Rapido came with a hardened steel nozzle too, I believe. It came with 2 different nozzles, and that's one of the things that attracted me to it, was the idea of it having a having that hardened steel nozzle. Because like I said, I'm kind of looking to print higher temp materials and also carbon fiber reinforced materials. So I need something that's going to be able to handle the abrasives really well. I have some carbon fiber. It looks like that's just below the surface. These 3 right here are going right below the surface. Yeah, I'm looking to. I got some carbon fiber 6 nylon in here. I think my biggest problem with that stuff is getting it dry. I might try in the future some PA12 or something of that nature. Alright, so this one right here that I'm fixing to put in, it says the bottom heat set insert needs to set below the surface of the printed part. Mind the cutout in the part and make sure to install it straight. So we'll get it straight-ish. Hopefully it doesn't interfere with the extruder gears. I think we're in good shape, fellas. I think we're good. Alright, so there's those. Swapped out all your Revos for Rapidos. Got sick of the limited flow and the promise of obsidian. Yeah, that was one of the things that turned me against going with the Rapido. I mean, not the Rapido, but the Revo was. I was like, wow, so they're promising that I guess the obsidian nozzle, but it wasn't available. Didn't know when it was going to come, so I was like, well, I'm thinking that this Rapido right here can actually accept some of the nozzles that I already have in here too as well, which are hardened steel nozzles. So option tool head PCB. If you opt to use the tool head PCB, add additional heat set inserts into the locations highlighted below. So we are going to be using a tool head PCB on this one, so we're going to go ahead and put these in. And even though I didn't drink an energy drink, I still am shaky messing with these heat set inserts. It must be the coffee I had this morning. So we need to set that on down there just a little bit further. I like for them to be at least flush with the plastic part or below if it calls for it. And this is the one that everybody always talks about. It's a little funny to get to. I'm hoping this little PT1000 might have a small enough shaft to keep it from burning this. Alright. It says be careful when inserting this heat set insert. It's easy to accidentally touch the left side of the part with the soldering iron. Yes, it is. Make sure you don't put them in upside down, because that's exactly what I was fixing to do. I think my fingers are just too fat for this. I might have to get the tweezers after it. Oh, got it in there. Alright. Alright, I can already tell that I'm too close. I was fixing to do something really stupid. And UHF silicone socks too. Installed the UHF on ultra high flow. That's what that UHF stands for, right? On one of my clients' machines, and it did not look that way at first. This is a tricky little part to get to right here. Let's see, how do I want to try to attempt this? So we're definitely having some connection issues. guys, if the stream drops out, I'm sorry, and maybe I can get it back up and running, because I was planning on trying to do this for a little while. I've never had these issues before in the past, so, and I haven't done anything any different, so I don't know what's going on today. Like I said, it is a windy day here in North Carolina. Sometimes we have internet issues when the wind is blowing, so hopefully we won't drop. Hey at First Layer, hey y'all, let's help at the Poor Boy channel with the thumbs up and spread the work about his channel. Hey, I appreciate that. And the First Layer, man, you have done more for my channel. I'm telling you, so many people have come over. Yeah, I'm just in awe, and I appreciate you pushing the channel out there. And I seen where you guys had added me into the Discord of on your Discord too, my channel, and I really appreciate that. I really do. It means a lot to me to have people out there supporting me. Makes me feel real good, especially what you said about me the other day on your live stream. All right. So moving right along. Hopefully we can start putting some stuff together here before too long. All right. So that's done. It says printer specific mounts V2, Trident, and Legacy use the same printed parts. Extra parts are included for switch wire and more heat set inserts. So we got this little part right here. This is kind of like a little guide. You get the heat set insert right there. At the Poor Boy channel, let's talk on Discord, and I'll try to help you with your connection issues. Okay, absolutely. We'll definitely talk about it on Discord. Yeah, so I'm kind of new to the live streaming thing. I think the very first live stream that I had attempted, I kind of did a poor job of promoting it, and nobody showed up, and it's just really me being really quiet and just building a drone. So it was a flop. But I've been impressed with the turnout of, as far as everybody showing up for the 3D printer builds. If one person just, turns out to the live stream, I'm very happy with that. Like I said, it's kind of nice to have people in here sharing the experience with you. Okay, so these two parts right here, I had messed up, and I tried to print all my accent colors first and missed this one. And so when I started printing all the colors in black, I caught it and I went ahead and printed it. So that's why these two are two different colors. But it's going to be kind of tucked away in the extruder, so I'm not too concerned about that. I did snap them together. It's a really tight fit. I could probably get them apart, but I don't think I want to mess with it because they're supposed to go together anyway. And it looks like to me that this one gets a heat set insert right there on this side. At the Poor Boy channel, next time you are in the Discord, we'd like to have video chats in the evenings. Good times. Okay. Yeah, I kind of just... So I'm new to Discord, and I'm kind of just a little awkward in there. Don't really know how to handle it, where to look. There's so much going on in there, but I'll see if I can't find you guys, and I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. I don't mind learning new things and trying stuff out. Okay, so there's that, and it's telling me to snap those two pieces together. I hope we're done with the heat set inserts now, for right now anyway. So it says tolerance extrusion multipliers and the part has tight tolerances. If it doesn't fit together well, the printed parts are likely over extruded. So mine did fit together. They fit really, really tight. So I must have that printer tuned in pretty good. I hope. So now it's telling me to get a M3x16 socket head capture screw. So we're going to set our soldering iron off to the side. At the Pool Boy channel, none of us know how to use the damn Discord. I know that's right. Hey, we'll figure it out. M3x16 socket head capture screw. 20, come on, where you at? 8. Okay, I've lost them. Oh, they're right here, right next to me. Oh, another person building a Voron. Just jealous. Hey, welcome to the stream, Gary T. I'm glad to have you here with me. Yeah, these Vorons are something else. You'll probably see a whole lot more videos in the future of them, because it seems like it's going to be a really good printer. You just posted on your community a link here and in a few places on Discord. Gary T, don't get jealous, get even. Build one too, absolutely. So we're gonna snug that up. Very nice. And now we're on to the BMG idler assembly. So it's telling me to lubricate bearings. A lubrication film is required to ensure smooth operation and longevity. It says refer to the Voron guide for lubricant options. Looking for light grease. Alright, so let's get our BMG extruder gears. And I have this stuff right here. I think I picked this kit right here up from KB3D, if I'm not mistaken. And these do say Bondtech on them, so I'm sure they're genuine Bondtech parts. See, I don't need this stuff at the moment. And we're looking for, I believe there's our gears and the idler. And I see a shaft in there, so that's good. Very good. We don't need none of this for right now. So, oh, we do need this. And we're going to need a gear. So a quick question for you guys that's got the experience with this stuff. I'm sure I got some silicone grease around here somewhere, but I haven't dug it out, because it might take a little while finding it. But with the Mobilux grease, would that be just fine for greasing these bearings right here for this little shaft right here, these little bearings that are going in there? Would that be okay, you think? Or I got some hair clipper oil here. We can oil them. Got all different types of lubricants in here. I just want to make sure I get something that would be really good for it. I don't want to have to go back and do this again. So that one doesn't have a this one does have a little Allen key. Dang, I forget what those are called. It's right there on the tip of my tongue. Too thick. Opinion would use oil before EP2 on those parts. Okay. Alright. So that's what I'll do. So I need this. Okay, these little bearings are separate. I thought they were together. It's amazing how this stuff right here is so tiny. And it looks like we got two different ends on this shaft. I don't know if that's just the way it's made. It's like a smaller diameter on one end. I guess it doesn't really matter how they go in. Oil for sure. Okay, so we're gonna oil them up then. So when I was printing these parts on my Creality printer here, I got a direct drive extruder on it, and I started noticing a little bit of shavings and dust laying down in here. And what it was the actual teeth in the gears that was on that were wearing down. So I went back there in the back and just got some clipper oil, for hair hair trimmers, beard trimmers, or whatever, and oiled them up, and that kind of alleviated that problem. Oiled them up really good. Alright, we're just going to slip this on in here. So there's the oil. And now it's telling me to just snap this part into play here. Very nice. Dang. Talk about tight tolerances. Wow. There we go. And she's rolling smooth. Yep. See a little bit of oil. Not much. I bet it's fun getting them back out if you had to. It says make sure to orient the idler assembly as shown above. Looks like we did. Awesome. Moving right along. Cleaning out the crud between the gears can help a lot. Yeah, well there wasn't any crud in between it. Like I said, I think it was just maybe I had this, spring tension so tight. There wasn't that, you need that little bit of play in between them. That's a cheap dual gear extruder assembly for that. But those gears wore out pretty easy, I thought. They're made out of that good quality, what do they call it, Chinesium. Guidler arm. A note on springs: longer/shorter/stiffer springs will change the tension characteristics and have an impact on how well the tension mechanism works. Consider buying the original Bondtech part, check, as those are known to work well. If sourced from a different vendor, check it's roughly 12 millimeters long with an outer diameter of 6 millimeters and wire thickness of 1 millimeter. So I think they're talking about this part right here. And this thing is just going to, it's got like a little guide. That it works on. Just kind of slides right in there. It's like a little, let's see if I can focus in. Little guide right in there. Gears do wear down, especially if you're printing abrasives and have cheap gears. Well, yeah, but I was printing ABS when it done that. So I had been printing abrasives, and that could have been some residual stuff left over from the abrasives. Alright, so now we're adding this is going to be the thumb screw. Screw this jewel in right here, like so. Just give it a couple little turns. We do have some play in it there, so I'll take that. You build a Trident 250 as well. It's your favorite of the Voron builds. Good choice. All right. So if you build anything other than the Trident 250, you see. All right. So now we're on to the motor plate. So we got that built, and this is the motor plate. And we need bearings. I thought this was kind of weird, so I ordered these. I think I needed these 50mm long screws right here, and they put my bearings and my screws in here, along with my fuses and stuff too for my power, all in one bag. But we got these little bitty bearings right here. I'm gonna set these on that. And we're going to need 2 of these screws here before too long, I believe. So I'm just going to set those off to the side. I ordered 2 extra ones because I'm thinking about putting a stealth burner on that Creality printer whenever I convert it over to a switch wire. That's the plan anyway. You have a 350 2.4 and a 250 Trident and a V01 and a rat rig. Very nice. Very nice. So those rat rigs are pretty interesting. I watched Teaching Tech. He had built one of them. I thought they were pretty interesting printers. Okay, so before I get started, see, I remembered reading this. It says the bearings must slip on and off the shaft easily to allow the gear to self-center. Pressing the bearings on the shaft will damage them. Lightly sand the shaft if required. Okay, let's make sure that our bearings are going to fit before I go any further, because I hate to jam those bearings in there and then wind up having an issue. Oh, there's a little grub screw right there. About to dump it on the ground. That wouldn't have been good. So yeah, it's a nice little fit. Looks like it fits good. Hey Maurice, welcome to the stream. Okay, it looks like the bearings do fit really well. So let's get this thing seated in here. And I got to give a shout out to Build It Basement on this one, because I was watching his build video of this this particular part right here. He suggested using something flat to just kind of make sure you press it down. You don't want to press on the center of the bearing because you could potentially damage it. So I think I'm just going to use the back side of these little tweezers right here and press it down. If you do sand it, make sure you clean it very well. Oh no, I don't think I have to sand it. It seems like they slipped on down in there pretty smooth. So let's see if we can get this bearing seated in here. See, I need something a little bit more solid than the Lazy Susan there. Ain't seated all the way down in there yet. There it went. Make sure it's going to be spinning smooth. Oh yeah. Take it. Fully seat the bearing into the plastic pocket. Apply even pressure to insert them. Avoid pressing on the inner ring of the bearing. If the fit is too tight, the printed parts are likely over extruded. That was pretty tight, so there might be some over extrusion going on there. And now I gotta get this thing way down in there. This is gonna be fun. And again, build it basement. What do you think? Or actually have the back side of this X-Acto knife. It's a little bit bigger round than the big pen. I'm gonna take the blade off so I don't cut my hand wide open. I've been known to be accident prone sometimes. Put the lid back on this oil real quick because I can make a mess really quick. Oh yeah, that fits perfect. Oh, that went on down in there. I don't think it's seated all the way yet. There we go. Not gonna get any more than that out of it. That worked pretty good, the back side of this X-Acto blade. It's a wise idea. Keep the sharp parts away from the soft bleedy parts. Yeah, them soft bleedy bits. Especially when it comes to X-Acto knives, I tend to open myself up pretty quick with them. So now I need a M3x6 flathead capture screw. And this is for the, where we had placed this little heat set insert in here. Just seen those. There we go. I tend to like to use these little hex drivers that I got from Race Day Quads a long time ago. They seem to fit hex screws and stuff really, really well. There's absolutely no wiggle in them at all. And let's see, it doesn't say anything about the tension on this screw at the moment. So I tightened it all the way up till it bottomed out. I'm just going to back it up just a little bit. Maybe. Alright, now we're on to the drive assembly. It says, note on gears. Poorly made gears often cause print quality issues. For best performance, consider sourcing the original Bondtech parts. And that's what we have, so I think we're good. It's very great advice. What did Maurice tell me? I missed it. Hey, good morning, Isaiah. Thanks for joining the stream, man. Glad to have you here with me. We're building a Voron Trident 250 with a Clockwork 2, a stealth burner. We've also got started with the what's called the unclicky tap. It's a little different than the actual tap that uses the optical sensor. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead. Probably need to add some Loctite to this piece right here. And I'm pretty sure they probably tell you that in the manual. To this little grub screw, go ahead and get us some Loctite on that. think I have some sitting close by. I think he's referring to the soft bleedy bits. Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, those soft bleedy bits, they tend to catch it every now and then. So we're just going to add a little touch of blue Loctite to this little grub screw. Make sure it can't find its way out later on. It seems like every time I mess with this stuff, I get it all over everything. Just make sure the filament drive gear is seated against the notch in the shaft. Carefully tighten the set screw. The head is easy to strip. I guess that's why they gave me an extra one. So we're just gonna lightly put it in there for now. And with the OBS Studio disconnecting and reconnecting. That's what I'm using right now to do my live streams is OBS. Alright, let's get some calipers over here. Huh. I'm wondering if it has something to do with maybe I have the kilobytes per second up too high or something like that as far as my settings. The final position is set later, but basically what we're looking for is 15.6 millimeters to the center of the filament path. That's going to be the center, and we're going to measure from the top of this gear right here. 15.6 millimeters. So let's go ahead, zero our calipers out, and I'm going to set this to 15.6 millimeters. So these aren't the best calipers in the world. Right there we go. 15.6. That's what it says, so that's what we're gonna try. You bring it down just a touch. So here's something that I'm noticing, and I remember you mentioning it, Build It Basement. We got this little lip right here. I'm also seeing a very, very small gap forming as I'm trying to adjust it down to 15.6, and I about be willing to bet when I drop this all the way down to the bottom where the gear bottoms out and I measure it, it's going to be 15.6. It's because of the lip. So that's what I was thinking. So you wouldn't want to measure. Yeah, see, that's almost got me centered at the lip, you know. So you wouldn't want to measure from that lip. You want to measure from the little drop down, right? Yeah. Okay, I thought I understood you correctly when I was watching your video the other day, but I wasn't 100% sure on it. But even still, that's even though I'm measuring on the inside, it still looks like that's centered. I might need to bump it up just a little bit, which all this stuff is going to be adjusted again later on, I'm sure, once I feel it trying to slide down whenever I tighten that grub screw. So And that's pretty much center of the filament path. So you'd basically want to use the bottom part of your caliper and then split the drive gear right there. That way you're channeling in the manual. You will adjust it for path. Yeah, okay. But that's looking pretty good. Pretty good and centered, I think. I hope. But again, we can adjust it later. So for right now, I'm just going to snug this down a little bit. So there's that. Oh, a few pages later. Okay. Well, we're heading that direction, buddy. Okay. So here we are. We're placing the extruder gear. This is the main body. We're going to place that into this bearing that we just set. Thing seems like it's spinning smoothly. There's nothing binding. We don't have any heat set inserts in the way. Very nice. And then we'll just take this piece right here, and it's going to go right on that like so. And snap together real pretty like. And she's moving smooth. Yeah. So just like that. And just kind of looking. It looks like we're good and centered in the filament path there already. So very nice. Might need a slight little tweak. That gets you in the ballpark. So now we need some M3 by 25s. Well, that's interesting. I don't have any M3 by 25s with the kit that came with the West 3D printing kit. Let's look over here, see if I have some in here. I know I have M3 by 25s in here if I have to dig them out, but I would have thought that they came. Oh yeah, that's right. This is a stealth burner, so it's going to be different. So I need to dig out my M3 by 25s. I'll need 2 of these. So this is something that's special to the stealth burner, and thank God I had these in here, or I wouldn't have had what I needed. Or maybe not the stealth burner, but maybe the Clockwork too. So M3 by 25, it says don't over tighten. Tighten until the plastic bends and cracks. Back up 2 turns. Discard parts. Reprint and try again. So they're stressing that you really don't want to tighten this too much, and just kind of checking the filament path again because it's telling me to do it. It looks good and square in there. And let's drop in some M3 by 25 socket head capture screws. And this one's going to go, yeah. Just making sure I had a heat set insert in there already. So I don't want to over tighten. I don't want to hear it crack. So there, we're just going to get it good and snug for right now. These are running down in there very nice. Very, very nice. So I think I could get a little bit on that one. I think what they're talking about, not over tighten, is this top one right here, because it looks like to me it could pull down on the part and cause some issues for sure. Alright, so insert filament. Insert a piece of 1.75 filament into the extruder. I guess we need a piece then, huh? Let's grab one real quick. Just kind of straighten it up a little bit, if it will. Check alignment with the filament inserted. Verify if the filament path and the drive gear are aligned. Loosen the set screw and adjust the position of the drive gear if required. Check for clearance. The drive shaft must not touch the motor housing. Make sure it does not sit above the surface of the printed part. Check if the shaft has sufficient clearance when fully seated. Depending on the shaft's tolerances, you may need to adjust the position of the drive gear or sand the face of the shaft. We're looking pretty good, fellas. It's nice whenever you buy the correct parts. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. I don't think I need to mess with that at all. I really don't. I think it's going to be good. Could I have gotten that lucky? Okay, on to the next. The tension arm. This thing right here that we built. So it's showing how it goes in. And we're going to need another M3 by 25. Your dad always told you to turn till it breaks, but I have learned later that was bad advice. Well, my older brother, he's always been really bad about stripping the. He'll twist the heads plumb off of bolts. That's usually in cars. Yeah, I've always seen him do that quite a bit. Whenever it comes to tightening bolts and things in cars. So this thing right here must go in like so. Okay, so basically what we're doing is we're just sliding this little part right here that we just built until the hole is going to line up right in there, so we can get our M3 by 25 socket head capture screw in. It says this is the tension arm, must move freely, tighten the bolt. Tightening the bolt too much is probably going to lock it in place. So this is kind of like a going to help with just keeping it in place. So I'm wondering why I'm having to thread it into this plastic. Is it designed to do that instead of just pushing through? You got a heat set insert on the back. Yeah, it's nothing like the feeling of a head bolt suddenly getting really loose. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that would be terrible. I've actually twisted I was working on an old inline 6 in an old 66 Ford that I had, and twisted I was having to replace the water pump on it, and I actually twisted the bolt for the water pump plumb off. It was rusted. Okay, so it seems to be moving freely, but I do see a little stick out right here, and I don't know if that's going to be okay. Took you a while to learn about the shaft hitting the motor. Luckily, it didn't do any damage while it was happening. Yeah, so this thing right here, is that really going to matter that the head of that bolt is sticking out just a little bit right there? These aren't the M3x25s that are suggested in the bill of materials. They're just some M3x25s that I have around here. That could pose a problem. All right, so yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be a problem. So what in the world would be causing that to stick out like that? If I have to, I'll get a file after the head of this bolt or screw. All the other ones is down below, but this one right here is wanting to stick up a little bit, which is kind of odd. So I do see some support material in there. I wonder if that's causing the problem here. So I got a feeling that I'm probably going to wind up running into quite a few problems along the way of this stealth burner build. And the reason being is because of some of the parts that I ordered. I really didn't have any clear filament in here. I think they want you to print the little LED diffuser in, I think it's like clear PETG or something. And I had ordered a part from KB3D that's for the, I think it's for that unicorn barf LED light or something like that, and I got a feeling that this little part right here is not going to slide in there too easy with that, so may wind up having to do a little filing on a lot of stuff. But yeah, that bolt or screw is definitely sticking up higher. You don't remember any heads that are supposed to stick out. Yeah, that just doesn't seem normal to me, and I don't understand what's going on with this. And it almost looks like, I mean, we're not even threaded all the way into that heat set insert right there. I mean, this thing right here is still moving pretty freely. I'll try to tuck it on down in there a little bit more. Yeah, it's still moving freely. I think might be just some left behind support material. Yep, that's what it is. There was some left behind support material there that was kind of keeping me from. Let's see, now that's really tight, so I can back it up just a little bit, and she's free now. All right, yeah. So what it was the bottom of my bolt was just kind of hitting some left behind support material. I think Voron has some kind of little pattern that's made into the 3D printed parts that help you do overhangs for whenever you're printing it upside down like this. Kind of make it really nice. But yeah, she's good now. I'll take that. Alright, and we got this little printed part right here, and we're going to need another M3 by 25 socket head capture screw. Might as well just leave these out for right now. Seems to be using them quite a bit. And we're looking at the front. And I always try to orient the parts the way that I feel like they should go in, or what it's showing me in the manual. The way it's supposed to look here. Let's open this up. And I guess I'm just roughly going to try to get this lined up. Okay. So that moves freely. Sometimes you get a little melted plastic that gets in the heat set, inserts. Oh, okay. It might have been what it was. So everything seems to be snapping together really nice. Is that Polymaker red? Yes, sir. This is Polymaker. This is Polylite ABS that I printed. All these parts were printed in Polymaker Polylite ABS. So it's awful tight, is what I'm experiencing here. But I think that anti-squish thingamajig would probably, but it is moving. That's good stuff. Yeah, I didn't have any. I printed all these parts open air on my Creality printer. I did have, in the beginning, I did have some light lifting on some of the corners of the parts. Once I realized, as long as I keep, I'm printing on a borosilicate glass, and as long as I kept the glass really clean and a fresh layer of, I used Elmer's school glue, the glue stick, and as long as I kept a generous layer of it on that borosilicate glass, bed temperature, plenty hot, like 100 C, I didn't have any problems at all. It was whenever I tried to skimp and not clean the build plate after just about every print and kept just adding glue to it was where I'd wind up with problems. But I mean, if you look, this part right here, there's no lifting. I think it might be a glue stick for the win. A small, light, and this was printed with no brim. We just did a skirt around the outside of it. All these parts. I like that I was able to get away with not printing a skirt, a brim around it, so I wouldn't have to. So this is the little tensioner piece right here. Thinking. And I don't think that's the right size. But it was really nice to be able to print all that stuff and not have to remove all that excess material. That doesn't fit in there too well. Glue stick for the win. So it says the tension knob, turning the thumb screw clockwise will increase the tension, and grip on the filament. Too much tension will result in print issues. I mean, this seems like it's moving pretty freely. It's got a good grip on it. Anti-squish thingamajig. Softer and flexible materials will deform and extrude poorly under too much tension. Clockwork 2 adds the adjustment feature to set the minimum distance between the drive gear and the idler. So I don't know if I'm going to be really looking to print soft plastics on this one too much. This one does print TPU really well. Got it dialed in for that. So what I was thinking about doing was just converting that one over to a switch wire-ish type build and go from there with the as far as printing all my TPU and stuff on my my Creality. So now we're going into the NEMA 14 stepper. I got this one right here. This is the LDO NEMA 14, I believe. Yeah, high temp. Everything I got as far as motor wise, I made sure I got the motors that were the high temp spec because I'm planning on printing in high temperatures. Again, I want to print polycarbonates, some higher temp materials, and understanding you can tell if you have a high temperature motor or not by the fact that you can't remove the wires from the back. They just they're already built into it. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere. All right, so it's telling me to get an M3 by 30. I have one right here, a NEMA 14 stepper, and I guess just place this right there, the M3 by 30. I don't see any M3 by 8s there. Maybe I got some over here in this tap kit. We're going to be robbing stuff from everything. Yep, so here's a M3 by 8 socket head, and we need some M3 washers. I know I have some of those left over. You're down for the glue stick? Yeah, it works. It works really good. For me anyway. It works for TPU. I don't have any problems with TPU on that borosilicate glass with the the build plate that I have on it. I haven't had any problem with layer adhesion issues as far as with PETG. I have some PETG carbon fiber in here that I printed a drone frame with. Haven't had any issues with that. So yeah, definitely down with the glue stick. Alrighty. Let's see, we're looking to attach a motor to this thing now. And so I need to feed this M3 by 8 socket head capture screw with the M3 washer into here. Yep, looks like it gives me a little stick out there, so now I got enough to be able to bite a hold of this little pancake stepper or whatever you want to call it. And just come through the top. We're going to leave this loose for right now, because I think I'm going to have some adjustability here. And we're already having threading issues. Go ahead and jump out of there for a minute, get out of my way. some reason it feels like it's got a bite on it, but it doesn't seem like it's threading in. Which is kind of weird. Oh, there it goes. Huh. Okay, I see what's going on here with this one. So it had me put this M3 by 30 in here to catch it at the top, catch the motor at the top right here. These things are acting really funny. You know what my problem is? The wrong size damn blame nut driver. What the heck am I thinking? I sat there turning for days. Oh my goodness. It would help to have the correct nut driver. Alright, so that's up, and we'll back this off just a hair, and back this one off just a hair. That way I can have some adjustability in this motor right here. The second motor bolt can be accessed from the front of the extruder. Yeah, that will do it. I sat there spinning for days with the wrong size, a 2mm when I needed a 2.5. I was wondering why I was getting some tight, but it's taking forever. So it says set the gear meshing, adjusting the stepper motor position so that the motor and extruder gear teeth fully mesh / overlap with each other. There should be a very small gap between the faces of the gear teeth. The gears must not press tightly against each other. Okay, so we're gonna adjust this thing, and okay, so right here, I guess this is where I'll do the feel test, maybe. Feel for that little bit of play. So it's just a feeling, maybe. I can see that I have a little bit of play. That's backed all the way away. Don't want it that tight. So I have just a slight little bit of play there. Just trying to make sure these gears are going to mesh really well together. And then we're going to snug them on down. And I'll check it again once I get all the bolts tight. Oh, that's so annoying. The dropped frames. Let's back it out. So I'm just trying to get this this mesh right here correct. These teeth, gear meshing. Don't want to have it too tight and wear these gears out really quick. So there we go. Yeah, I got a little bit of play. Got a little bit of play in here now. It's just kind of wiggling back and forth before it actually meshes there. Don't feel like anything's binding up. Yeah, and I can actually see my filament moving in there too as I'm moving the gear, so everything seems to be working as it should, hopefully. just going to go ahead and snug these up. Okay, so now we're on to a cable chain holder. We need an M3 by 20. And I'm just going to dig in my bolts right here since they're close by, the screws. And we have a little opening right here in the back. Slide that jewel right in there. And just attach it on down like so. I'm kind of leave it a little loose, that way I have some adjustability for the next one that goes in, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to put another one in there. An M3 by 8. Goes on this side. Pop that in there like so. And here's the beauty of these ball head and Voron wrenches that was suggested to me by DeWitt 3D Canada. They are really nice whenever you got to get into these little angled places. I was glad I picked them up. Yep. All right. So I believe we have us a extruder built. Maybe. What else we got to put on here? It says open latch, undo the filament latch to expose the bolt pocket for the cable cover. Okay. Oh, okay, I see it. Yep. It's right here. And we need an M3 by 16. Let's grab one of these. So before I even knew I was going to build a 3D printer, I had bought my nephew out of all his drone stuff. And part of the stuff that came with all his drone things and stuff was these M3 metric screws, nuts. It was a hex wrench kit. I didn't know when I was going to use them or need them, but it sure has come in handy today. You still need to get that set. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, you're talking about the Voron hex wrenches. Yeah, they're nice. I like them. I like them really good. All right, and so I think this is for the actual door right here for the PCB power control board. I'm gonna back this up just a little bit for right now, because it says the bolt is threaded directly into plastic, don't over tighten. Yeah, that's what this is for. And it's already threading into plastic in here in this one, so I'm not sure if it should be doing that. And this is just going to thread into this right here. Yep. Yeah. These are really nice. I'm glad I got them. He was talking about how he gave Richard at the first layer a set. I think Richard was even saying how much he liked them the other night. Yeah, they're really good. I mean, if you just want to have a nice set of hex wrenches, hex keys, I would definitely go with these. So I'm going to try not to over tighten this because I don't want to strip plastic, because it is threading into plastic. And that looks really nice. Get the wing door on a Ferrari here. Yep, I'll take that. It's very nice. Okay. Access hole, the bolt. Yeah, we already got that. And an M3x6 button head capture screw. Let's see, I think I got some right here. Let's grab one of these. I'm robbing parts from the tap kit. Robbing hardware anyway, and that goes in like so. Let's see, is that the right one? Nope. It's this one. And there we go. I think we've built us an extruder, fellas. Stealth burner development started on 2021 4/13 with a simple, I'm going to regret saying this, but how hard could it be? Yeah, been there before. So yeah, we're on to the Rapido now. So we've officially got ourselves a Clockwork 2 extruder. I think it come out really nice. I think it's going to work really well. Sure hope so. And let's see. Yeah. It's awful tight. I might wind up needing some adjustment later on. But yeah. I think it'll work. I can't never get this thing lined up just right. Alrighty, so I'm just going to set this to the side for the moment, and now we're on to the actual hot end. Just the fact they are color coded to easily see what size to grab is such a nice little touch. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that too. So we're right here. Oops. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'd seen something in the Voron GitHub repository about having to do something different with this this Rapido hot end here to get it in there, or just to check to make sure, because you may have to do something a little extra. So I might need to check into that. So basically, what we're going to need right here is we're going to need our cooling assembly. That's another thing right there that drew me to this this printer more than anything. I'd actually seen a guy on YouTube. He done a video, like a flow test of some of the best cooling printer heads out there, and he did it with the Voron, and this thing was really moving some air. There wasn't but one other one that I'd seen in his little test that showed that it might have been a little better. This right here is going to be good enough for what I'm doing for sure. And we need this little part right here. It's going to hold in or hot end. All this stuff is. So we got two parts here. It says identifying printed parts. The hot end type is embossed on the printed parts. Make sure they match your hot end. I'm pretty sure they do. It says missing corner, Clockwork 1, Clockwork 2. It says we have also provided tool cartridge parts for Clockwork 1 and other extruders designed as an alternative to Clockwork 1. They are identical except for an opening in the highlighted corner to help with wire routing for those designs. Available mounts. We also provided mounts for other hot ends. They assemble in a similar manner, so you can find all, maybe pick your poison when it comes to hot ends. So we're back to heat set inserts again. And it says an optional 80XL PCB mount. I don't have an 80XL PCB in here. I've looked at them. I've thought about doing it. I know it's going to be easier, but at the moment I don't have one, so we may wind up just calibrating this thing manually, which will probably be really fun. I've calibrated this one right here manually and got it printing really well, so I don't see why I couldn't do this one the same way. To use the optional 80XL PCB, clippers, input, shaper, calibration. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put those heat set inserts in. That way they're in there. And if I decide to go with the 80XL in the future, I'll have it already ready to go. So let's get our iron back out again. And we're gonna do some more heat set inserts. Yeah, absolutely, David. Yeah, that's what I was already considering going ahead and doing them, because I may change my mind. I may want to, like I said, I was looking at the 80XL and the different options. There's all kinds of different options out there. Because I'm not going with a Raspberry Pi on this, I'm actually hooking up my computer. I noticed that LDO makes a nice little ribbon cable style one. But it connects into the Raspberry Pi. I wouldn't be able to connect that to my computer, so I'd probably have to go with one of the, I guess you could say, the older conventional 80XL. I forget the numbering on them, but yeah, I'll probably wind up doing it. I've been looking at them pretty hard. It would probably make life a whole lot easier. And they don't cost very much either. And I'm sure there's a way I could do it and even run the input shaper with I guess you could say my laptop Pi. So I can definitely tell that laying off the energy drink today has saved me from a lot of shakiness trying to put these heat set inserts in. The wife is always the voice of reason. Okay, so now we're on to the hot end. And we're going to have to get that thing put in here. And it's showing me to... It's showing in the instructions the Revo Voron. We have a Rapido. So let's drag this thing out and see what we're looking at. If you're using a Big Tree Tech Octopus, I know you can connect to the SPI pins on there with a standard 80XL. Oh, okay. See, that's why I love having people in here in the community and knows what they're doing, because I was curious about that. So now you may have just talked me into an 80XL. I was curious if I could do that. To the SPI pins on there with a standard 80XL, or just get a ribbon or USB one. Okay, very nice. Yeah, I might just do that. See David? You're gonna talk me into it. All right. I really wasn't wanting to go through all the calibrations and all that stuff like that, so I haven't really dug into this thing really deep. I just kind of looked at it a little bit. It came with two. This one right here, I ordered this one from West 3D Printing, and it came with two hot ends, or nozzles. Looks like one of them, I think that one right there is a hardened steel. And you got your standard, probably nickel plated. We got some wires right here with looks like some Dean's connectors already on it, and some other type of plug. Looks like a Molex type style plug. We got some hardwares, and this is what we're after though. I want this stuff right here out, and they have actually already labeled it for me. It says heater 24 volts, so we actually have the heater wires, and it says RTD PT 1000. So very nice. And I think I need to remove this right here. Yeah. Vicetech, or however it's spelled, also has a convenient USB powered input shaper tool with just a bit more setup involved, but you connect it simply with USB. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Hacks Potato, welcome to the stream. What's up, buddy? It's called the PIS Portable Input Shaper, and it's even on Amazon for like 30 bucks. Okay. Learning stuff. Love it. So I think I need to take this off. This right here I'm not going to need on this Rapido. And it looks like to me they marked it with some kind of paint or something to say, alright, you took it apart. It's no good. If you do this, I don't know. So I'm just going to slip those off to the side. Those are little bitty screws. Ah, look at that. Very nice. I probably won't need that at all. And let's just have a look and see how this thing is going to set up in here. In the diagram, it shows the wires coming up around this side. Let's see if this thing's going to set in here like it needs to. So you can already tell. It looks like that little. Looks like this little zip tie right here is probably going to get in the way of something. It's kind of backwards. Probably just clip that off. Maybe run another one if I think it needs it. But it looks like to me, just trying to look and see. Just trying to make sure these holes are going to line up. Turn the zip tie out of your way, or clip it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, is just clipping it and maybe putting another one on it. It'd probably be nice to have it. I wonder if it'll spin with me. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's just spin it out of the way. I feel better about knowing it having a zip tie on there. Yeah, I'm gonna clip it and I'm gonna put another one on it. Trying to make sure. Yeah, so it looks like my holes are going to line up. Line up pretty good. My eyes are terrible, fellas. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I think we're good. To be honest, I mean, I don't think I really need a zip tie. Because I mean, it's just going to be kind of resting on top of that little, this little hole right here. Sits pretty on there. It's like it was made for it. Okay, right, wires as shown. This is universal to all hot end types. Bend, strain, relief. Carefully bend, strain, relief to clear the print apart firmly. You know, I'm not gonna bend it down like that. I'm taking it across the top. Mine's a little different. Looks like than the one in the photo anyway. And so it's not really showing me attaching the screws yet. I guess okay, so you do them on down. So now we're moving on to the next piece. Which is going to be this part right here. And just making sure nothing's pinched. Looks great. And we need M3 by 12 socket head, capture screws, 2 zip ties for strain relief. Technically attaches to that little metal tab. Yeah, seen that little metal tab there. See, now you're making me think I already put the zip tie back. Yeah, I think I'd feel better if I did. I got some in here. I like the idea of having a zip tie for strain relief. We do it a lot with drones and stuff. So let's do that. I definitely feel a lot better knowing that it's on there. And we just clip this off a little short right here. So now we have the zip tie turned in the correct position. And we have one on for strain relief. Just in case. Never know. Never know about these things. See, to me, that seems like it's putting a little bit of more undue strain on it. That zip tie right there. So you rotated yours so the little nub of it is out of the way. Yeah, but it still seems like it's adding strain to it to me. I might just leave it off. I don't like that too much. It's sitting there so pretty without it. Hello, Nuno. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here with me. We're just building a stealth burner tool head. We just built the extruder, and now I'm on to trying to decide if I want to put a zip tie in here for strain relief or leaving it be. I kind of like it like that. I think I'm gonna leave the zip tie off. I mean, it just seems like it's setting in there so much better. It seemed like it was putting more strain on it to have the zip tie than to not. And it's almost like this little plastic part right here, once this is bolted together or screwed together, it's kind of going to have some type of a strain relief already in it. And just making sure I'm not pinching anything. I grabbed the wrong size because these right here. start. Wondering if I got the wrong size nut driver again. Because something's not working right, fellas. It's almost like they're not reaching, which is kind of weird. There's barely any thread on that, so I think I may have grabbed the wrong size. Probably got some of these mixed up, M3 by 12s and 10s here. Yeah, those seem like they give me a little bit more thread. So these are 14s. It calls for... The idea is if someone else down the line in the cable chain says it gets tight and pulls on that wire, you want it pulling on the zip tie strangler lift and not the heater. But that should be fine still. Oh, okay, I got you. Well, so I actually have a tool head PCB for this, so if something down the line in the cable chain pulls, it's probably going to rip the tool head PCB off, so I may not need that. So it calls for an M3 by 12 right there, but M3 by 12s aren't threading in too well. I don't have enough to get a bite, and I'm thinking it's probably just because I've got yeah, see, there we go. Might have my screws mixed up in there. You ever tie off an extension cord so that if you trip on it, it doesn't unplug? Similar idea. Yeah, I've done that for sure. So there that is. But like I said, it's gonna be plugging into a PCB that's gonna be fixed onto the tool head, so shouldn't nothing snag on that. I wouldn't think. Alrighty. So we need some M3 by 8 socket head screws here. But something isn't right, and I'm thinking that's not an M3 by 8. Definitely not. So let's see what they give us with the kit right here that I pulled out earlier. Right here. I think they give us the correct bolts. What hot end are you going to use? This is the Fadis Rapido PT1000. Yeah, so these screws that came with the PT1000 are a little bit different in size, and I think that they're going to work out perfect for what I'm using right here. So let's go ahead and try these out. See if these thread in there a lot easier and better. Oh yeah, very nice. Rapido, woo woo. Yep. Yeah, so definitely don't follow the manual. That's pretty much for the Revo Voron. This is because this being the Rapido, and it actually came with the screws needed to get it mounted into our cooling fan and hot end mount. Golden Jaguar, you're still just lurking in the background studying. What you studying for, Golden Jaguar, if you don't mind me asking? first layer's lurking as well. Hey, I don't mind having you two guys lurking around. Whew. Thirsty. All right, so I need two more of these little screws here. They're definitely a different size. I guess they must be 2 millimeters and not 3. I think these right here are 2 millimeters button head capture screws, probably 8s. M2 by 8s for the Vetus Rapido. Yeah, they just go right in there. Trying to get your CCNA for networking and switching. Okay. Very nice. Very, very nice. I always like doing new things and trying to educate myself on something new, something I didn't know. To be, I guess, kind of versatile in anything. That's one of the reasons why I went to study to get my Part 107s. That was a lot of fun. All right, PTFE tube, PTFE stick out. It's giving me a measurement for that. They didn't send any tubing with the Rapido. So we have some. And this was all that was available at KB3D. I hope it'll fit in there. If not, I got some old Creality PTFE tubing. I have some other stuff. Is that gonna fit? Oh yeah, it'll fit just fine. Alright, so they sent me this nifty little cutting tool here with it. So it's pretty neat. David Berry, your cousin, and his security clearance and all that, director of engineering for Maxar. David Berry, thank you. Then possibly get my Security Plus. So I'm not even really sure what a CCNA is for networking and switching. So it needs 11 millimeters of stick out, but it doesn't really give me a measurement for what needs to go down in there. So I'm just going to kind of cut off a general, just a fair amount here. And that should be plenty. And I'll just dial it in here in a bit. So it don't feel like it's really going down in there to the hot end. It's not going that far. Or maybe it just bumps into the top of it. It's just going through the plastic part that I printed. And that's as far as it goes. So I don't guess it goes down in the hot end on this thing. CCNA stands for Cisco Certified Network Associate. Okay. So I guess it just goes down and bumps into the top of the Rapido hot end because it's not letting it go any further. You have a few of your securities in the stock market, license, and for those exams you found it helpful. So let's see here. I swear, fellas, it seems like to me that thing should be going down in there a whole lot further than that, and it's not. So I'll try to put a little bit of a taper on this. Maybe it'll help it out. Maybe it'll help it feed on down in there a little bit better. PTFE should stick out length. Light gray. You can take it apart and put it. Yeah, it seems like it's like it's not letting me do that. So that's kind of what I was just sitting here debating on doing. And I think that's probably what I need to do, because I'm pretty sure that tubing needs to go on down in that hot end there. Let's see. I'm just going to leave these two right here attached so the hot end doesn't move. And then we'll just take these two out. You definitely want to make sure it's, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure I'm going to have a lot of other headaches going on. So I don't want to add on to them. That's for sure. Don't want to add to the headaches. Anything, I want to try to alleviate them before they start. Getting a little warm in here, fellas. Might have to cut on the ceiling fan. I hope it won't get real noisy when I do that. Yeah, definitely don't want the freaking headaches. Any extra headaches anyway. So let's go ahead. Might just be that the tubing is too big. Yeah, it just. Oh yeah, there we go. Now I think I got it down in there. Much better, much better. Pro tip, if you have a chamfer tool, 4mm drill bit, after you cut the PTFE tube length, chamfer the top hole, make it easier for the filament on its way in. Yeah, 4mm drill bit, huh? So that would be what would work perfect for that. After I cut the 11mm of length, I got a 4mm drill bit somewhere, I'm sure. Alright, where's my calipers at? We're going to set it to 11 millimeters. So somebody definitely needs a battery for their calipers. 0. There we go. Let's go 11 millimeters. Yes, my battery's just about dead in my or my digital calipers here. So I have to go find me one eventually. So that's 11 millimeters right there. And I'm just going to use the calipers to kind of make me a little guide mark. And I can see it. I'm sure y'all can't, but I can see it. And I lost it. Hey, Shawdale, welcome to the stream. Glad you made it. We're just building a hot end. The poor boy way. Which is haphazard. Alright. So just lining my little tool up here. Testing my eyes. Cutter. Spin our little cutter right here. There we go. So I really don't have a drill bit on hand at the moment. But I do have a trusty old X-Acto blade. Maybe I can chamfer it with that. Don't have a chamfer tool, and I have to step out. I have to step out to the garage for a little bit and dig around for a 4mm drill bit. So we're just going to chamfer it a little bit with the X-Acto. So it looks like we got us a nice little chamfer on that. That works as well. Alrighty. So now we're on to the stealth burner. This is a big project right here. Just the tool head alone. So now we've got two pieces. We've got an extruder and a hot end. Now we got to get the stealth burner. Or whatever, and it's telling me to remove the supports, which are there's one right here, and then there's two on both sides, and this is for the wiring on the for the wiring for the fan and the actual LEDs. So we're just going to clip them out of the way. You missed, I'm not sure what you missed or when you stepped out, build it basement. We've been building an extruder and a hot end. And right now all I'm doing is getting the pretty part for the Voron prepped and ready. I got a feeling I'm probably going to wind up having to solder some LEDs here before too long. So I'm going to put my X-Acto knife back together because I'm going to do a little bit of plastic cleanup. Oh, build a basement. Just have to build a stealth burner. Yeah, man. Yep. Just got to build us a stealth burner. I like the design of the stealth burner so much. This little front piece right here. I thought it looked so good. I tried to figure out a way to attach it to this printer. I even went as far as going into CAD, trying to design me a little mount to mount this thing up, or mount a stealth burner up to it. And it would have just stuck out so far from the front of the printer. It would have looked horrendous for some reason. So that's when I decided to just step back and say, well, I'll probably just convert that one over to a switch wire, since that's kind of what I was looking for anyway, that look. So we removed the supports. Yep. And now we're going to have to build us some LEDs for our lighting, for our logo and our hot end lighting. And I actually have some LEDs in this that came in this linear wiring kit. Pool Boy channel, are you using a PCB for the tool head? Yeah, actually I think I got the Heart K tool head PCB. Let's see, I just had it over here earlier. Where did it? Oh yeah, yep, right here. Yeah, I got I think this is the Heart K, or Heart, however you say it. Yep. So we got that tool head PCB right there. Actually has a resistor already built into this one. Huh. I ain't even took it out of the packaging yet and looked at it really close, but yeah, you have that. It says it's made by Lineo. And got this little piece right here for the back. I don't know if you can see any of the writing on that. It's an interesting part. It's got the nice little Voron design logo on it. The camera focus. Come on, focus, man. There we go. But yeah, that's what we got. Actually, it has all the stuff labeled. Which is cool. This one does in particular. It says Stealth Burner 2-piece, Revision 2. Designed by K. Hart. Same as yours, okay. Very nice. Yeah, I'm pretty excited in getting into some of this stuff right here. So, and here we have I got the Lineo do-it-yourself wiring kit, and I didn't want to have to source all the wiring and the parts and everything. So it calls for 20 to 30 gauge wire, or 26 to 30 gauge wire, I guess, for the LEDs. This came with 24 gauge, a bunch of black here. Not sure what that is. It's probably 18. And we have some more right here. It ain't none of this wiring labeled though. And I really don't like the idea of it not being, you know, I don't have the color. I actually have, let's see, do-it-yourself wiring kit. How's your crimping hand? Terrible. It's filled with probably carpal tunnel and arthritis and everything else. I'm looking for, I'm an equipment operator by trade, so yeah, my hands are pretty beat up. This is what I'm after right here, these LEDs. And these look like I just need to kind of break them out. So I'm going to set these off to the side. And I'm going to do something a little different here, guys. And don't chastise me for it. But because I know that these parts right here, these are LED lights. And because I know that they're not going in anything that's really moving and a whole lot, I'm probably going to use some different wiring that I have in here. It's silicone wire, but it should be just as good. It should work just fine just for LEDs. You stopped at skid steers. Yeah, skid steers are rough. I actually operate a motor grader every day at work, or bulldozers, or whatever they need me to do. So it's calling for 26 to 30 gauge wiring, and I would like to have it and keep it color coded so I don't get confused in the wiring process. Yeah, I figured it was more than fine for wires not in chains. I figured that much. It works really well for drones and stuff, and I have a lot of it here. So, and I have a bunch of different colors of 28 gauge wiring. So I got 28. Here's 20 gauge. Yeah, I'm just going to go with the 28, and I think that'll be, it might be a little too small. Might just work. Silicone wire sheathing is typically thicker. You may not have enough space in there to fit them. Well, shoot. So now I'm in a conundrum there. You seem to be correct in that one, in that statement. Let's have a look at it. It does look a whole lot thicker, and that could create issues down the road. Test it out. Can you stuff 3 wires into the channels? Let's have a look. So that right there would be one of the channels, and then up in here, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to get 3 wires up in that channel, no problem. I also got to get the fan wiring in there too. Really ain't even liking the colors of these too much either. I wonder, think I might have just talked myself out of it, to be honest. Because it calls for 26 to 30 gauge wire. I have a whole bunch of 24 right here. Yeah, it's all black, but it is, I'm certain that this is PTFE wire. And it looks really small. Yeah, I seen you stuffing them wires for that nozzle cam. I would have been worried that I would have broke something in that little wire strand. So this is 24. There's nothing really on the wire. This is the thing that's bothering me about this Lineo wiring kit. There's nothing on the wire that really tells you the gauge. It's not labeled the wire, the gauge of the wire size nowhere. The only wire that I know what size it is this wire that actually came on the spool and it's telling me, it's 24 gauge. At 230 feet of it. Pretty sure Lineo's is all black wires, even for their SB LEDs. Okay. So that 24 gauge wire should be plenty. Big enough. So I've got the LEDs, and I've got the wiring. Yeah, we're gonna go with it. We're gonna go with the black wiring, and actually, let's see. It did come with some heat shrink. I guess that would be one way I could keep track of the ground. Yeah, we got some black, red, and green heat shrink in here. Might would help me keep track of it. Just put a little bit of that on there. Does the bag that had the LEDs in it have any tiny wires? It's a very short amount of wire into it. No, actually it doesn't. It just has some DIN connectors in here and the heat shrink. Holding it off camera. Sorry about that. But basically it came with like pre-labeled heat shrink and all that stuff. Hey, Noisy Boy, welcome to the stream. I appreciate the invite to your Discord the other day. But yeah, they give us with it in that little pack. We got a bunch of labeled heat shrink and stuff. I thought that was pretty neat. But what I'll probably do is just I use this red and green heat shrink right here and just clip a little bit off. That way I can keep track of it as I go. That'll work. Alright, so it tells me that I'm going to need, see, I guess you just break these off. Yep, just break off real nice and neat. And so we got data in and data out, and we want to solder to the data in because I'm going to use this one probably for this side. And we need, they actually tell us in the manual how much wire I need. It says 100 millimeter, 3 by 16 millimeter gauge, 26 to 30. We have 24. And I think that's the smallest gauge that I have in here, which I think will work just fine for LEDs. So now I just need to measure out a length. Three wires. Let's see, going to the metric side. We're looking for 100 millimeters, which is not very much at all. Right there. We're going to need 3 pieces that are 100 millimeters. So, give me one. I'm just going to use another one to get the length that I need for the next one. There's 2 and 3 right here. Make a mess out of this before it's over with. All right. So this stuff right here, I'm sure, is going to be completely different than when it comes to stripping silicone wire. You sidestep the LED stage, bought the complete set, Lineo. Again, I thought about it, but trying to save money wherever I can, this is what I'm doing. I try to save as much as I could on this build because things have gotten pretty expensive. I'm thinking I probably ought to go get me some wire strippers. Usually whenever I strip wires with silicone and in drones and stuff, I just take my fingertips and tear off what I need. And I think this stuff right here is going to react a little different. So I might actually need to go ahead and grab my actual wire strippers. I'm going to take a break for a minute and make sure I can hunt them down real quick. If you guys talk amongst yourselves, that's fine. But I will be right back within probably about 5 minutes, maybe less. So give me 1 second. Alright, we're back. Everybody still in here? That was in here? So I wasn't able to, the wire strippers that I have, they only go down to 22 gauge, and this is 24. So that's a bit of a problem. Probably wouldn't even be enough to get a bite on that. So I guess I'm just going to try to do this the old school way here. I just hope I don't cut any strands. Just have to be really, really careful. Just kind of nip around it real lightly with my little nippers. Not sure, I've never dealt with PTFE wiring before, so this is kind of new. Yeah. See, I can tell that I have audio because I can see it down here working in the bottom. And our stream's actually working pretty good now. I don't hear all that cutting out going on. So, yeah, I don't like this too much at all. Dang, fellas, I kind of skimped out on the wire strippers. I was sitting there thinking I should buy me a set of them. Figured I had some. But they don't get small enough. So now I'm winging it. That is not good. I don't like this one bit. I really don't. I think we've all stripped wires with razor blade once or twice before. It's not recommended. Absolutely not recommended. I don't like it at all. I don't like this one bit. I just don't think those wire strippers, they'll work fine. The ones that I have will work fine for the bigger gauge wire that I have, but not for this really small 24 gauge stuff that I have right here. I don't want to bite into it too hard with these wire strippers. I'm pretty confident whenever it comes to stripping, you know, silicone wires and stuff like that. I've done it so much with the drawn stuff that I can just take these little strippers right here that I have, or these little cutters, just kind of bite around the outside, and I can actually pull it off pretty clean with just the strippers. I mean the wire clippers. I don't even need strippers. I only need 30. Need some extra strands, don't you? Have some extra strands you don't need. Yeah. That's the. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the. Like I said, this wiring kit right here. I don't believe that this is 30. It's too big. Yeah, it says 26 to 30. And that's all the wire that came in that kit. All these wires are bigger. Let's fire up a soldering iron. Some solder over here. Basically damage the edge of the cutters, turning them into not so good but working wire strippers. Yeah, they probably already are pretty damaged because I've cut a lot of stuff with it. You can see that the tip broke off. They've been used quite a bit for different activities and things. And get these wires right here. We're going to pre-tin these. And we're going to heat this up. And I like to bring my iron on up to about 380 when I'm soldering the smaller stuff. Nick said the LEDs are nice, but not in a critical part of the stealth burner. You can also add them in later. Yeah, I could, but I kind of like the idea of having the lighting on the hot end. That way I can kind of see what I'm doing when I'm printing. Helping hands ain't helping me too much. And there's a solder bridge. Fixed that real nicely. And I need something to clean my tip with. David by trying to cut a nail. Double-sided tape. Do you have a spare VHB tape? Stick the LEDs to the other side. Yeah, I actually do. And that's not a bad idea. Alright, there we go. Get my tip clean here. Let's set this thing up here for right now. I'm tired of it falling out of my lap. Me sitting there trying to hold it. I'm about to drop a hot iron in my lap. Good thing about having a granite top, you got to worry about that iron burning it. But yeah, that's a great idea, Nick. And I actually have some right here. It's an outstanding idea. And then I can go ahead and just stick them all down on there and pre-tin them. That will work just great. So a lot of the drone guys, they like to use this stuff. It's like forming putty or something for electronics. It works really well too. This isn't my, I actually have a soldering station, like a little workstation right behind me. I usually work from soldering stuff. I'm gonna go ahead, let's see, I don't need to tin that one, both sides, but I do need to go ahead and pre-tin these. And one piece of solder. Yes, nail works great when it does intentionally. I'm trying to figure out what y'all talking about cutting a nail. Go ahead and pre-tin these wires right here. I'm not sure how well this stuff's going to react to the heat. We're about to find out. PTFE. I don't know a whole lot about this wire. Alright, so now this should be really easy in theory. Hey, you weren't supposed to move. So my eyes have gotten so terrible that I really need to go see an eye doctor. This is making it super hard. But I do have this one ready to go now. Actually have, come on, focus in. There we go. She's soldered up. John Pollock of Pollock. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I had to do that in a pinch on some small gauge stuff. The Poor Boy channel, you can damage a pair of flush cutters by cutting into something like a nail. Oh, okay. Okay. Dang, I hate to damage my good flush cutters, but I think I do have a pretty crappy set. So we'll go ahead and strip the ends of these. See if I can find a crappy set of flush cutters. I could probably dull them pretty good. I actually have a file in here. These are the flush cutters that came with the Creality printer, and I've actually done damaged them pretty good. So I'm going to test piece of wire. See if I can't file them. What do I do with my files? Hey, welcome back, Hacks Potato. We just knocked the edge off of them. They're already bent all the crap. Just filling up the background. It's not great, but it works in a pinch. Yeah. Like I said, I knew I had wire strippers, but I didn't realize that they wasn't going to be correct size for that gauge of wire. So I'm gonna just take me a sample piece here and just test it out. Yeah, that sucks. But actually, I don't see any wire shards in there. So yeah, that might work in a pinch. Thought I had some different files in here, a little bit smaller. Got these little stones here. It does suck, but it works. Yeah, we're improvising. Just kind of knock the edge off of them. It's gonna work in a pinch, so that's for sure. I don't want to cut the wires. They are dull now. And I probably need to go ahead and get these pre-tinned. Yeah, that's doing pretty good actually. They don't call us the Poor Boy channel for nothing. Yep, that's not working too well. All right. There we go. It ain't gonna be the prettiest wiring job, fellas, but it's gonna work, I'm sure. And we get this pre-tinned. Thing I love about this iron right here is whenever I set it down, it'll start cooling it down, but as soon as I pick it right back up, it just goes right back up to temperature. Kind of like goes into a little resting phase. And I got a new iron in here and solder rework station and all that stuff. I have yet to play with it and test it out. I've got some controller boards that I'm wanting to tinker around with and see if I can get them up and running. Some flight controller boards that had some unfortunate mishaps with. They just need resistors added to them and all that stuff. I've never done any hot air rework before. Alright, I done lost my manual again. At the Poor Boy channel, it's also very important the direction wires go when you solder into the pads. Follow the directions exactly. Yeah, these things are so that's exactly what I'm trying to pay attention to. That's the reason why I got the heat shrink out. That way I can kind of keep them labeled, because I know I've already started this one. You're wanting the data in. So that's the side that I started on. So I left the data out open. And this one's going to come around, and it needs to come from this LED right here. And we're going to have to make sure that I'm soldering onto the data out. But we also got to make sure that I'm on the correct side of everything, because it's not telling me, you know, positive, negative, and signal. So I need to be very, very mindful of that as well. Which everything pretty much, as long as, yeah, if I lay this in the same direction, I don't know if you guys can see from that camera up top. No. Basically, what I'm looking at here is I have them laid out. Yep. Let's see. Dang, how can I show this to you? You have the data out right here on this one. And this is where I've soldered into. Don't tell me you crashed it. Crashed. Oh yeah, yeah. We crash a bunch. Snapshot FPV. That's part of flying. But anyway, back to what I was talking about. You got data out and data in, so I need to solder to the data outside of this LED, and I got to make sure I don't get this screwed up, which shouldn't be too hard to screw up if I ain't careful. But basically what it looks like is if I just laid them side by side in the same sequence, you got data out on the left, data out on the left, and you got data in on the right and data in on the right. If I was to just bring these wires around, they're going to run the same way, just like so. So if I just brought it around to this side, it should be fine. Because I'm wanting the data out to this side. And I'm going to have to put, oh yeah, okay, we're good. We're in good shape for now. Add a little bit of solder to my tip. Make sure it's clean. It's always important to pre-tin your wires before doing any solder work, pads, wires, everything like that. Might have my iron just a little too hot. It's taking There we go. So there's that one. And this is going to be the signal. The signal's in the middle. It's going to stay in the middle. It's the power and the ground that you don't want to get screwed up. As long as I don't cross the wires, I think I'm going to be in good shape. And this one is the actual power. It would have been easier to buy a kit, or the pre-wired LEDs. So now I need wires for the data coming in to this side. And I don't want to get this mixed up. This shows it coming around like so, and just like this right here. So I'm just going to keep it laid out like this for right now. That way I don't get nothing mixed up. And I need to figure out, I need another 100 millimeters. So I didn't even realize it. I should have cut 6 wires at 100 millimeters. That's the whole thing I love about FPV. I mean, it's kind of like the shirts that you've seen in the past, Snapshot FPV, build, fly, crash, repeat. So And at the end of the day, just like building this printer right here, I'm not concerned if I burn LEDs up or if I burn a controller. Yeah, I don't want to burn a controller board up for a 3D printer. That's a little bit more expensive than a flight controller board, but not too much more expensive, which is crazy. But that being said, I don't want to burn it up, but if I do, it's all part of the learning process. I just get another one and don't do what I did the last time. So I need 3 more wires that are 100 millimeters long, and I'll need 3 that are 120. So we're just going to get us a length of wire. I'm just using my little measuring stick that I have right here. And I'm going to cut me 10 millimeters or 100 millimeters. And then I'm just going to use this as my gauge to cut me 3 more. Or 2 more. So here's that one. It's a lot of work that goes into this thing, though. It's a lot of work that goes into doing this thing. It's definitely not something that you're going to slap together in a day, especially if you're just doing it like I am, you know, just taking what you have in front of you, loose parts, and had to 3D print all my own parts and everything like that. Ain't nobody 3D print them for me. It definitely takes a lot more time. So now I want 3 that's 120 millimeters. So I'm going to go right here and cut me a length of wire. And that should be 120. Whoops, gotta go. Hey, if it wasn't so windy today, I wouldn't mind being out flying a little bit. Have a good one, Snapshot FPV. Thanks for stopping by. And one more. There we go. So there's my 120 millimeter wire. I'm just going to set it off to the side so I don't get it mixed up with my 100 millimeter. Now I got to use my fancy wire strippers here. And we need to go ahead and strip both ends of all these wires and get them pre-tinned. I know this stuff might be boring for some. It can get to be a little boring for me sometimes. But once it's all said and done and it all actually works, that's the enjoyment I get out of it, is knowing that I built it and did it myself. Taking one of those drones from nothing, just a bare frame, a controller board. Let's see, that's what I didn't want to do. Cut it a little shy. Just nipped it right off. We're going to go with it. We're going to go with it. we're definitely struggling here with these cutters. It's slowed me down tremendously. Big time problems. So that's definitely the next investment. It's going to be some good wire strippers. I don't know if the 22 gauge wire strippers that I have would actually even help at all with this. Yep, 1 out of 10 get cut using this method. I'd say for me it was 1 out of 5. Yeah, I don't like this method at all. Yeah, I see some wire strippers in my future. Yeah, because I got a lot of wiring to do. I'm going to do all this wiring myself on this printer. I'm going to do all the connectors and everything. So everything's going to be done right here in-house. All the crimping, all the wiring, soldering, whatever needs to be done, I'm going to do it. That's the full experience of it for me, is just building it all myself. Taking it from nothing and making it into something. So the wifey went and grabbed us some. They only go down to 22. And try them out. Bound to be better than what I got. She went and grabbed the ones I was looking for earlier, but they weren't the right size. So now let's just pretend these wires right here. Alright, we're up to temp. Add a little solder to the iron and let's go ahead and pre-tin my wire. It's always good to keep a clean tip when you're soldering. Alright, I see a little spare hangy wire right here on this one. I'm going to go ahead and pre-tin this one. What helps me when soldering wires and stuff is to make sure that I always have my wrist resting on something. I'm not trying to hold the weight. I mean, I know it's not much weight, but I'm not trying to hold the weight of my hands up in the air. I'm just kind of using them as a prop, and that seems to work really well for me. I just kind of rest my wrists on the table. And let me fix this one right here that had the little wire kind of hanging off to the side, and we'll get it pre-tinned. And then we're ready to carry on. Alright, so don't cut off on me yet. Now, it's showing, so this is the side that's actually in the plan that's over here. Showing the wires kind of running in the same direction as these. So I'm trying to make sure that I follow this to a T. That way I don't get nothing mixed up. So right here, this is actually going to wind up being the power. For sure. No. That's going to be the ground. Yeah. Yep, that will wind up being the ground. Let's attach it to our little sticky helper here. That's pretty neat. Great idea. So there's that one. And here's our data. Or your signal. Hey, what's supposed to happen? So something. Oh, it's just taking a while. I got a lot of heat in it. There we go. Good form, sir. I hear you, buddy. It's tough. I can't hardly see what I'm doing. My eyes are terrible. And that is absolutely. Let's see, I think I need to add some more solder to this. Probably would help if I added some solder to my iron too as well. There we go. Now I got a little bit of solder on my tip. There we go. Alrighty. So now, just got to make sure that I don't get wires crossed here. So I know, just from looking at what I got so far, this one's going. I know that the ground is at the top and the power's at the bottom. The signal's always in the middle. And if I bring this around, just like it shows, there's your ground at the top, yeah, signal in the middle, and power at the bottom. Just trying to make sure, and I don't have nothing crossed nowhere so far. Now I need to get on up here. So we just soldered into the data in. Now we want to solder into the data out on this one. So I'm trying to kind of look at it the way that it's showing in the details and making sure that I get this exactly the same. And I'm going to arrange this LED right here, how it shows in the details, and we want the data out. And to be honest, I think because I got to come across the top of the data in, I'm probably going to go ahead and get those wires soldered in first, and then I'll be able to just attach these directly on top like so, and I should come out perfect with how this is supposed to be wired up. So let me go ahead and attach my data in wires here, and these are going to be the ones that are probably going to wind up going to the tool head PCB. And so I may go ahead and add the heat shrink to them. So the far right is going to be ground, middle signal as always, and of course I can even see it's labeled right here. It says 5 volts. So let's get these stripped and pre-tinned, and I'm going to test out these strippers that the wife brought me. Let's see if these will do something for me. They only go down to 22. Let's see if it actually will work. That's a whole lot better than the nippers. I think I'm gonna stick with them. They're not perfect for it, but they will work. Yep, that's so much easier. So much easier. So we'll go ahead and get all these stripped and pre-tinned. Then hopefully we'll have some LEDs built. So now I'm thinking I probably only need to pre-tin one side of these right here because these are going to the controller board. I'm probably going to wind up having to add a connector to connect these into the PCB, or I could solder them in. That's a very strong possibility. Yeah, that's gonna work so much faster. Now if my eyes would just let me see it. So what's the idea behind the PTFE? Is it really that much better than silicone wire? Seems like to me silicone wire would be more flexible than the PTFE. Or is it that you don't want that flexibility? You want that rigidness for the wires? I just find that really interesting. I mean, it was kind of suiting for the poor boy. It was, yeah, you know. We do things a little differently around here. Absolutely do. It might not be up to some people's standards. But we also don't care too much either. Because we're just going to do what we do. I do care a little bit, but don't try to read into it too much. Alright, let's get these pre-tinned. In the cable chain, silicone breaks before PTFE. You believe silicone wire gets torn up in the cable chain. Okay, so it's a little too soft. But this stuff does seem pretty tough right here. Oh wow, let's get rid of that. That big blob on there. Okay, so now back to, said I wanted to do to the controller board first, making sure that I'm going the correct direction here. And I did solder both sides like a dummy. It'll be alright. So let's go ahead and add a little bit of solder to my tip. So this is the power going in. Here's the signal. Very nice. Now we need to add in what's going to the hot end. Just looking and making sure. Yep. Everything looks good. So I'm going to go from left to right. I'm right-handed. It's going to be the power. See on the LEDs, 5 volts. 5 volts is 5 volts going out. So this is going to these wires out of the way. There we go. And now we want the signal. Good. And now we want, this is the ground, and I am on the right side. All right. So I do believe that is it. I hope that's it for all the soldering for right now. So yes, the wifey saved the day with the wire cutters. So here we have our LEDs built, and I'm pretty sure that everything is as it should be. Don't look like I've gotten anything twisted or wrong. I think it's going to work just fine. So now it's telling me to go ahead and grab this little piece right here. This little 3D printed, this little 3D printed black plastic piece. This is for the stealth burner. Those tweezers will come in handy to get that wiring into the stealth burner channel. Absolutely, I hope so. So this one, this is the logo LED. That's what it's showing me to do right now. Run the logo LED up in here. And I'm going to try to follow the exact way the manual says to do it. So show me pushing down. Maybe this just slides right on in there like so. Hopefully she slides in real pretty. Where's my tweezers at? Right here. Let's just push on this a little bit. See if I can get it on down in there. I want to go. Come on, baby. So we're back to those tight tolerances again. That's how it shows it, though. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, very nice. Okay, so that slid in there just great. And so the LED diffuser, I think I just felt something fall on the floor. That's what I was looking for. I knew I was missing something earlier when I was trying to dig everything out. A part that I had printed. I couldn't searching through the manual. I'm pretty sure I 3D printed the LED diffuser, but I am not seeing it. I do have the tool head PCB mounted part printed, but I just don't see the LED diffuser mask. I'm almost thinking I didn't print it. Which I don't think it would fit in there anyway with the... So what I have here, like I said, I don't think this goes with... It's not going to work with... I don't even think it's going to work with what I got going on here. This is the This came from KB3D. I think this goes with the unicorn barf. It's got the little holes in the back for the LEDs that I think they kind of slip in those little holes. I don't think it's really going to work with this. I'll be lucky if I get it in there. It's clear, usually done in clear PETG. Yeah, this is clear right here, but it's the actual diffuser and mask. I don't have the mask, and I don't think I was going to be able to get it to fit up in here with this part that I ordered from KB3D. I don't know why, but this thing don't seem like it fits in here too well. It's probably got to do with my tolerances, the way I printed it. It shouldn't have anything sticking out of it. It's like a little cup for the LED and the LED carrier. Yeah, this thing right here just doesn't fit in here too well either. There we go. Got it back up in there now. Well, so for right now, I don't have the LED diffuser or the mask or whatever you call it. I'm probably going to wind up with this obnoxious freaking glow through the print. But it is showing me to go ahead and stick these wires and stuff in, so that's what we're going to do. Everything that we just prepared. So this one's going to go like so. Just slides in there. Then this one comes around, slides in here, and guess what? I slid them in backwards. Sure it won't fit. LEDs need to be pointed out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it won't fit. I don't know yet. I hadn't really. I was a little afraid to go ahead and dry fit it because I was like, well, wow, if I don't get it out, and then I got to do all this soldering for the LEDs. So it might fit. We're gonna find out. Test her out. Let's go ahead and get our wiring through this channel here. fix this back through here. Let that just lay on down in there. Hopefully I ain't break that wire loose. Rainbow barf has a different than normal. Yeah, there's also just a blackened diffuser by KB3D for normal size. So the wifey's got to leave to take the boy to school, to work. Let me say goodbye to my wife real quick, guys, and we'll be right back. Hit the wrong scene. Sorry, guys. All right. Yeah, the wife had to take her boy to work. He's a working man now. He's still in school, and he's working on getting his driver's license. He's done passed the book test and all that stuff. He's just waiting to take his driving test, and we're gonna stick him behind the wheel of a car once he gets all that behind him. So now I'm to the point to where I got to slide this part right here. I'm going to orientate it like it shows in the diagram and make sure I slide this in correctly, and that should just slip right up in there. Should slip right up in there. It may not, because I have some really tight tolerances on this stuff. I may be over extruded way too much. Yeah, if she ain't wanting to go, fellas, this could be a problem. I might have spent all this time doing this LED wiring and not even be able to use it. Oh, there it goes. You can file the sides if needed. It slid in there. It went on up in there. So, tuck them little wires away. And I'm curious is if I had a 5-volt source, which I do, because I have this solder rework station, if I could test these LEDs without having the data hooked up to make sure they're gonna come on. I can control the power through my station and just give them 5 volts because that's all they call for. Fiberglass LEDs are very forgiving. So there's that. And these right here just come on in and under and up and around. Oh, see now. Here's the part. Here's the part where I don't need to get mixed up. Need to add my colors because I could easily get screwed up right here, fellas. So. Yep. So I slipped this in according to the details, and just looking at it, I know that I got ground, signal, and that should be the power right there. And I need to go ahead and add my heat shrink, because if I don't, I go twisting these wires all up in here, I will get confused real easily and quickly. So we're just going to add a touch of color to make sure that I don't do that. Yeah, this part is very important. Yeah. Hey, the good thing about it though is LEDs are kind of inexpensive, but I don't want to have to go through all this again. That would really stink. Wouldn't want to do that. And just double checking and making sure I don't already have anything crossed, which I don't. It looks like everything's like it as it should. Let's add the signal color, and we'll go ahead and add the power color. That way I don't get it mixed up later on. And I probably already have, who knows. And let's get the green out here to the end. All right. I almost did it. And it's just telling me to finish routing the wires. Don't feed them 24 volts either. That LED carrier pops out easy if needed. They designed a lip in the front to stick a flat screwdriver to pull it back out. Oh yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Cool. Alright. So we're just going to finish on with the wire routing, just like it shows in the diagrams. And there we go. So now we have LED lights. That's something that I'm really looking forward to seeing. I've always been sitting here fascinated by looking at the parts as they're printing, and So it's talking about the support structure. It says the highlighted parts of building support structures. They're designed to break during the fan installation. So I was kind of poking around at them one day, this one right here, and I heard something crack and pop, and I was like, oh man, I done broke my freaking part after I printed it. But it's actually designed to kind of snap and break away for those who might think they've already messed something up. So now we're going with the hot end fan. This is a oh shoot, I think it calls for a, let's see if it says right, I think it was like a, this is a, yeah, 40-10 or 40 by 40 by 10 hot end fan. Rotate the fan so that the wires extend on the top and the air is pushed inwards. So the wires extend towards the top and the air is pushed inwards. And the way I remember how fans work is that's the face of the fan and faces suck. So if you want the air to push in, that's what you do. And we have her orientated correctly. Let's just hope this slides right in with no problems. Who knows? Snaps right on in there, fellas. Make sure. Oh yeah, she's spinning free. Look at that. We got us a fan. Faces suck. Yeah, I picked that up from another YouTuber. He said that's one way to remember, you know, which way the fans are working. Like when it comes to like computer fans and stuff like that, it's the same difference. So let's just tuck these wires on up in here too. Route these on around, just following the LED wiring. So there we have that. Now we have our fan installed. Find the fan location. Okay, route the wiring. We just did that. And now we got the part cooling fan, which is the, I had ordered these a long time ago because I needed I think this is like a 5015. I needed a 5015 for this build right here, this printer, and I actually ordered a 4-pack of these, so I have a whole bunch of these here. So I didn't have to buy these whenever I decided to do this build, so that was a bonus. So I'm just going to take my little nippers and I'm going to clip them clips, and they're just going to go flying wherever. Send them out to outer space. Just like so, and we're going to take this apart. And this is what we're after right here. We're after this piece. We don't need this one no more. That's junk. And I'm just going to clean this up with my little nippers. Clean these edges up right here. And I need to remove these little ears right here. And it's really thin plastic. I've done this before on one, so just kind of clip it away. That's a Winston. Yeah, it is. Yep, I don't know how long it's gonna last. I actually have a GDS time for the cooling. I'm not going to be using the part cooling that much, more than likely, because you don't use part cooling for ABS or don't use the part cooling that much for ABS or even printing in like carbon fiber nylon or anything like that. I don't know if you use part cooling for polycarbonates, but it does have a part coolant on it. If it goes bad, we'll get some more. So I'm just going to get my files after this little extra year of plastic here. This might be too aggressive of a file for this. Wish I knew what I did with my little diamond file. That thing works really, really great for stuff like this. I'm just going to file these on down here, smooth. Yeah, has anybody had any trouble with the Winston fans, putting them on there, or has anybody used them? I don't know. This is an Amazon special Winston. Yep. Might be making some people wince. I seem to remember the other one that I did like this being this much trouble to get it cleaned up. I think they tend to not last. Well, I'll tell you what, the one that's on this printer right here, it's been going quite a bit. Use Winston for your Nevermore filters. Fans are easy to swap out and upgrade later on. Just get her built first. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. Yeah, buddy, we're gonna get her built one way or the other. I don't seem to remember having to go through all this, getting that one ready. Not really a good way to grab a hold of it. I got like a diamond file that'll just chew through this stuff right here, but I don't even know where it's at. I had it the other day. I think that's going to be good. I'm going to just do this other side right here without filing my wires, hopefully. It's the heat that wears them out in the enclosed chamber over time, but that will last good enough. Yeah, and like I said, the materials that I'm planning on printing on this printer right here in particular, I probably won't be using this cooling fan that much, if at all. I know I have run on when I was printing the ABS on my Ender 3 right here, I didn't run it. I run 0 part cooling. I've tried it all different kinds of ways, and even when I'm printing TPU on my Ender 3 right here, I run 0 part cooling. So it's very rarely that I use part cooling, not unless I'm printing in PLA or something like that. You know, it may need a little bit of cooling, but you're not even really running them very hard whenever it comes to PLA, so maybe it'll last. It'll last good enough till I get a better fan in here. We'll swap her out if it needs it. Ain't no big deal, because we're building it. Building it ourselves. And I actually have extras in here. They're so cheap that I was able to get a 4-pack for next to nothing. So one goes out, I'll just swap it out real quick for another. Alright, so that's done. There's a trimming jig STL used to release. Included in the release to make this task easier. Oh wow. Didn't read that part. So now we're going to add the part cooling fan, and it says I need some M3x6 flathead capture screws, and I actually have those right here on hand. But I think I'm also going to have to add in that little tool head PCB as well to the back of this. I think it screws onto the back of this, if I'm not mistaken. And I missed a couple little tabs right here. Let's go ahead and nip them off. I think this is the part of the build too that makes stuff pretty interesting and fun, because you get to destroy things that are like kind of okay to repurpose in a sense. Where's it gonna go? Don't want to go. Why does it not want to go? There we go. Spinning freely. Where's the Canadian hammer when you need it? I'm telling you, daggone. I'm telling you. Well, we got the fans in, we got the LEDs, and for right now I'm just going to kind of go ahead and place these M3x6 flathead screws in temporarily, because I think I have to put a toolhead PCB on the back of this. I'm not 100% sure at the moment. But I think that thing gets attached long ways across the back side of this. And these just thread into plastic. I'm almost there. You can feel it. It's taking me forever. Oh my God. We've been doing this for how long now? 4 hours? Yeah. We about got us a tool head built. Yeah, it went about as expected. Yeah, for real. Okay, so it's telling me to attach blah 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 to the gantry. We already have the tap attached to the gantry, so yeah, we're pretty much ready for attaching it up to the printer. So yeah, we have us a tool head, fellas, but like I said, I'm pretty sure that this jewel right here gets somewhat attached to the back of this fan that we just installed. And I think there's also something mentioned as well about clipping these little ends off. It says 2-wire 24S, 3-wire PWM, 24 volt ground signal, pulse width modulation, 3-wire. I don't know what this. I can't even hardly see it. Touch. Is that BL touch? What does that mean? You're using a 5-volt fan and swap the wire from 24 to 5 volts. Well, we actually have 24 volt fans on here. I'm pretty sure that this Winston, this Winston's 24 volts as well. But if I'm not mistaken, I think this thing right here is supposed to mount up just like so. And yeah, I can tell that these little back pieces right here are going to be kind of sticking out, and they kind of need to be cleaned up. I can just take my nippers and nip those off so they can stick in my feet later on. I'm just going to kind of clean those off. Hopefully they don't fly into any important electronics around here, because I hear them landing everywhere. But yep, those are cleaned off. And so I'm a little curious as to where I would attach my LEDs on this thing and how all that's supposed to come into play. Let's go ahead and attach this jewel up. So I'm starting to have wires hanging out of everything, so that means I'm probably getting one step closer to wiring. Still have to get a bed mounted, of course, and all that fun stuff. Most people suggest save the bed mounting to the very last. So that right there is definitely not going to be long enough. And it probably don't even need to be tapered anymore like a flathead. I probably need like a button head capture screw. So that's what I'm going to go with for that. I did bed last like Nero 3D does. Yeah, that he. Well, doesn't matter. I'm not going to do it very last. It's probably going to be the next thing, actually. I get the tool head put on. I'll probably throw in the bed on it. And then moving on to the wiring and stuff, more than likely. Damn, I guess that was the right size one. Let's try this M3x8 button head. There we go. Yeah, I like that better. You will need to trim the back of the shroud to fit the PCB, otherwise it will hold it up some. The back of the fan shroud, are you talking about the actual fan shroud for the part cooling fan built at basement? Kinematics before then. Last would make for a mess. Yeah, a lot of moments. Ain't good. Fit the power control board. Otherwise it will hold it up some. Huh. Oh, I see what you're talking about there. You're talking about the. So, got part cooling. Or no, not part cooling. So that's the hot end fan that plugs in, supposedly. Part cooler fan, you'll see. Okay. You're talking about this. You're talking about the back side of this right here. You'll see the plastic when you screw in the PCB. You're talking about the back side of this part cooling fan. It's going to cause it to sticking out a little bit or something of that nature, maybe. Because it's down in there pretty flush, but it does look like it's kind of sticking out a little bit. It'll be the Stealth Burner red left side, you believe, and I think I'm kind of picking up what you're putting down here, built at basement, because it does look like, just kind of looking at this from a side view, it looks like this power control board piece right here is kind of leaning out a little bit. And I have seen where some people were experiencing some problems, it seemed like, with that. But I don't know if it's coming from the actual fan. It's definitely not resting flat like it should. It's just kind of odd. If you don't have any issue, disregard. You had to trim about 1/16 of an inch. Yeah. I mean, so what it's looking like is whenever I screw it down, because of that odd angle of this board right here, it's kind of causing it to. I'm just going to leave it just a little loose. See if we have some play, let some play happen there. All right. So now here's the part where I'm a little little lost. I see a 5-volt A2 and ground, and I'm almost thinking that has to do with the, and I need to shorten these wires up for sure. They're like super freaking long. It's ridiculous. Don't need all that. Because this is the part cooling fan plug right here. And then I think the hot end, I got it labeled, the hot end fan is over here, so I don't even need all this. I might could leave this one where it's at. And I really don't even know which one's positive or negative. And it doesn't really show you anything as far as, you know, whenever it comes to using this tool head PCB. Almost, well, I should use it since I have it, the tool head PCB. I got it, but I kind of need to look into this a little deeper, and I think KB3D offers something on their site that kind of shows you about wiring this thing up, if I ain't mistaken. So it says CR Wiki article here. Heart K, Stealth Burner, 2-piece tool head, PCB, multiple styles. This is on KB3D site. We're going to check out the article. It says to wire the 2-piece Stealth Burner tool head PCB, you would need the following connectors: a 14-pin Molex Microfit 3.0, 2-pin vertical Molex Microfit 3.0, 2-pin Molex Microfit 3.0. The probe and stepper JST PH connectors, which are smaller than normal JST XH. Our JST PH mini kit. They offer a kit. Here's what I'm interested in right here. I want to see. So we need to get this this power control board right here attached to our extruder. Or if you go to KB3D. Yeah. Yep, they linked me to it. I was a little lost for a minute, but I happened to snap back into reality and remember seeing this. Now I wonder, probably gonna have to trim these back here too, right? I don't know if they're gonna affect anything. I love how the labeling, the labeling's on the back, but that's not helping me on the back. And we got this little piece right here. We need M3x8s and the PCB spacer. So just go ahead and do that. And I have some M3x8 right here. That'll work just fine. And I think these kind of just thread into the plastic, but like for right now, we're just kind of we're gonna thread them in, and we're gonna thread them in loosely at the moment, or not so much as loosely as not all the way through the plastic part, because I think they're going to wind up threading into, well, not that one. That one just slipped right through. Okay. Never mind. Disregard what I said. I think it's this one right here that winds up threading into it. into the plastic a little bit. Back it out some. And I was wondering why that was sticking to you. I forgot about this stuff right here. It's double-sided sticky tape. Alright. So let's open this thing up on the side here. So are we having fun, guys? We're sitting here building a 3D printer. I know I am. Alright, this just kind of goes on the back side here. I don't think I got to worry about any metal parts touching anything. It's not supposed to. So I may not need to trim. I may need to. I don't know yet. Alright, so I'm just going to back this off a little bit and just kind of leave it just a little loose before I go to attaching everything, because I do believe I'm going to have a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, we'll leave it a little loose for right now, because it's gonna have to plug into this thing right here, and it's gonna have to line up real nice and pretty. And I've already lost my page. So it's kind of showing me it should look somewhat like that, which it does. And it's telling me how to do my wires for the motor. A lot of work to get a tool head built for this thing, that's for sure. Wow. I mean, this thing right here is like, who would have knew? Unless you'd done it before. Okay. So I don't want to skip around too much. Let's have a look at right here. Yep, don't put this on too soon. So I've never crimped anything before. I got some iWis crimpers in here. We're fixing to find out if I can do it or not. I've never had to do it. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the wires by this right here. So I think what I've done is I've mounted my motor upside down according to this manual right here. Or no, actually, no, I have it right. That is a lot of wire. That is a whole lot of wire. Alrighty. So what it's showing me to do is kind of just loop this thing around the bottom here. And right now it looks like to me my wire mount is going to wind up getting in the way of all that. I'm not going to be able to sneak that by. I don't think. I don't have the room for it. So I wind up having to take that loose. But it seems like to me I could also run the risk of crimping wires that I don't want to crimp when I do take that loose. Maybe. We'll try it out here. Let's just see. Break that loose right there. And let's break this one. We're going to take this one all the way out. I can kind of twist it instead of taking it all the way off. Just going to roll it back. Let's slip these old wires around here. Nope, still not going to let me by. So that's a problem. You can somewhat protect those cables that wrap around the motor with heat shrink. Yeah, I seen how they were showing that in the manual there. Yeah, I seen the heat shrink. The crazy part about it is what I don't see is like your chain mount right here for your cable chain. There's hardly any room right there. I'd hate to pinch some wires and cause shorts or something like that later on. I mean, this cable, it looks pretty tough, but I mean, I'm sure it's just like any other wire. If you crimped it or pinched it too hard, you probably could short it out real easy. Seems like to me. Leave a little slack and cut the wires. Okay. Well, there was my wires right there for probably would have worked out really good for the LEDs. All that extra wire that I'm not going to be using. Huh. Who knew? Mm-hmm. May not be able to get this thing wired up to the tool head PCB because I don't have the correct connectors. Is what it's looking like. Yeah, and that's exactly what it talks about right here. it talks about using the JST-PH terminals. They're very small. I'm sure I have some terminals in here, but I don't think these connectors right here that come with these JST connectors will work. I don't know. You probably got to have the correct. I know I have some JST-PH connectors because I actually have a lot of JST connectors from all the drone stuff, leftover drone stuff over the years. I never throw this stuff away. I don't think these are even the correct ones. I think these are smaller than the PH. That's what it looks like to me. So I don't have the correct connectors, fellas. So it looks like to me PH has a smaller size pitch than SH. David Vera XH. So yeah, it looks like to me, it appears to me that I got two options at this point. I could probably, for right now, just set the tool head PCB to the side. I have plenty enough wire right here to go through the cable chains, and just extend these wires, and just to get a working printer, you know, and keep the build going, I could run it. Or just wait, leave off right, or just kind of stop right here. It'd be a good stopping point for a video, and just continue on with it later on when I actually get the correct connectors, because I don't think, for some reason I thought I might have had them, but I don't believe I do. These are the wrong ones. Was the end you cut off PH? Can you depin it? I haven't cut the end off yet. And no, I think this one on this motor right here is like the XH. Is what it's looking like. It looks the same as the ones that come in the Lineo kit that I bought for the wiring and everything. I'm pretty sure they came with the XH connectors. So, and that was something that this is my fault right here. It's me being lazy and thinking that, okay, I got plenty of, you know, JST connectors with my drone stuff. It's going to work just fine, but they're not the correct ones. They're not going to work. Yeah, these are way smaller. They're not going to work. So that being said, I don't have none of the correct connectors or pins. You do it right the first time personally, i.e. get the right connector. Yeah, and I'm already kind of, you know, I've got it set up for doing the tool head PCB, and that's kind of the direction I was wanting to go, just to make it real simple, to just kind of, just like, you know, put in another fan in this, you know, I can just quickly, you know, take it loose from the front, and it would be easy to replace LEDs or, you know, the fans or whatever, anything like that goes wrong. And, you know, I needed to rework the extruder, you know, unplug one wire. And I was going to build all that connector. It seems like a good stopping point. Yeah, absolutely, Nick. That's what it looks like to me. I don't want to rush this build at all. So, yeah, that's kind of what it's looking like to me too, fellas. So I'll probably have to go ahead and, once I shut the stream down, get on the ball of ordering the correct parts and stuff needed to go ahead and finish this thing out. And we can get it attached to the. You can go on and get it attached to the printer, and that's kind of the goal. Yeah, they get them in a day or two. Yeah, yep. So that's exactly what I'm going to do, and just order the correct parts and then we'll be able to move along with the build. But I appreciate everybody coming into the stream today, and all the helpful advice and tips and whatnot. Guys, this thing is a lot of fun. If anybody's in here hasn't never built a Voron or a 3D printer for that matter, I will say that when it comes to building this thing, I mean, there's just so much information out there about it. This right here, what just happened as far as this goes, this was a personal mistake on my part. Had I done a little bit further digging, I would have had the proper parts here, because it is well documented and talked about. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed, and come back next time, and hopefully we'll get a tool head put on this 3D printer, and maybe even a bed, and then we'll be ready to start getting into some of the electrical and stuff. So you guys have a great weekend, and this is your poor boy. Peace out, fellas.